day, good day, good day. Welcome to another day, another new stream. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat as we get ready to get started for the day. Let me hear in the chat. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Hmm, that is strange. Yes, quite strange. Can anyone hear me? Hi. I hope. Just need confirmation to make sure that I've really been heard now. Then we can start the session. Hope this meeting isn't taking over. Yeah. Hello. Can you even hear myself? Hello. Can anyone hear me? Yeah, I can hear myself. Okay, great. Oh, thank you. I was wondering because I'm actually in a Zoom call right now. So I was wondering if the audio was really coming. All right. Hi, Karam. Thank you for confirming that for me. Okay. So it's another day and we are live again. Trying to get things done, learn. How are you doing? How are you doing? Karam, I think probably this is the first time I'm seeing the name in the chats. Where are you chatting from, or where are you joining us from? And everyone, welcome to today's stream. Just for the sake of people who may be seeing this for the first time, this is our daily work or study with me sessions, and essentially what we do here is run about 5 or 6 different sessions depending on the day, and we have 60 minutes of focus time that is dedicated to study or work depending on what your situation is around this time of the day. Then we have 15 minutes of break after each focus session where we discuss the various questions or concerns that came up during the session. And we, yeah, I mean, so far we've had interesting conversations on here, and I look forward every single day to having similar conversations and stretching my brains here and learning new things. Hi, Maulila. Welcome. Yeah, everything is good from here. So I hope everything is good at your end too. Karam says from Morocco. Happy to have you here, Morocco. I don't know if do I know anyone from Morocco? Not yet. Yeah, so welcome, Karam. I think I don't really know much. Okay, I know one friend of mine who is from Ghana but stays in Morocco now. But I don't know much. Yeah, just joined Court 19. Nice to meet you and thank you. You're welcome. Hi, like, and congratulations on joining the ALS program too. I hope it is going well so far. Court 19, I want to believe, is the cohort that started in August. Okay. All right. So if you have any questions for me or questions open to the floor for discussion, the interesting thing I've seen is when you bring up some of these questions, you get recommendations, and at least in the course of the even this week, the number of book recommendations that we've gotten, think I love the flow. So if you have any question, any concern, just drop them in the chat. And also, let's get ready to start our focus session. I will be in some meetings today as well. In fact, I'm already in a meeting at the moment, but the person I'm in the meeting with has excused himself to check up on something. So as soon as you join, once I'm in a meeting, you see me talking, but you wouldn't be hearing me, especially during the focus session. And when it's time for the focus session, it's just time for you to be learning. And if you have any questions along the line whilst learning, just drop it in the chat and we'll pick it up when we go for the next break. So it's 60 minutes of focus, study, or work, followed by 15 minutes of discussion. So let's get started. Let's start from first 60 minutes. Yeah, my leader. I think it's been quite interesting and a lot of learnings actually. And I'm happy to keep this going so that we all get the benefits thereof. Uh oh, okay. Plenty of stuff to be done today. I see. I have a lot of meetings and deliberations, planning stuff to do. Then I have a lot of things to learn as well. So, interestingly enough, my next semester starts next week, and there are some new things that I need to learn. But I think I'll be talking about some of them in the course of the session, and I need to start learning them as soon as possible so that I can get comfortable enough when the semester starts. All right. All the best to you all out there. Let's get started with our first session and meet up after 1 hour. Let me confirm that I don't have a meeting within that period. Yeah. So hopefully my meeting wouldn't stretch that long, so I wouldn't have a meeting by that time. Let's meet up after 1 hour. All the best to you all, and would be here when you hear the bell go for ring for break time. Then you return back for the discussion. So we'll be here. I am going to be showing my face right here. And I think one recommendation that has come up is if you want to show your face and you want to be in the stream as well, it is allowed. You can be on Discord, and I will pull that up and put it in the stream. I usually forget that. Oh, yep. Let me try it. I don't know. Nope. I'm struggling to pull out the Discord. So let me see. Okay. Ooh. So those of you who are interested in joining Discord, once again, I just dropped the link here. techparty.com/Discord. Yep. And let me see if I can now pull this. Is this still not working? Okay. Good. Alright. Hi, Ritimi. Welcome. And yeah, so we are going to get started. All the best to you, and catch you in 60 minutes time. Timer. Accurate timekeeper. Start the timer. DJ, give us the music. Okay. Yeah. So it's break time. How is it going? First session of the day. Ooh, right. Yeah, break time. How is it going? Tracy, you're welcome. Patrick, you're welcome. Ritimi, yeah, you're welcome. My life. Can you give us an insight on how you study for last? I'm guessing that should be ALS. An insight into how I study for ALS. Um, hmm. I think I've extensively talked about this before, and there's a video on my channel where I think I did a live stream with, was it cohort 9 or cohort 10 or cohort 8, I don't even remember, one of those cohorts, and I shared exactly what I was doing, because right now, I mean, it's been a while. um yeah, essentially with ALS stuff, man. Hmm. So how I study, let me look at the question, insight on how you study. So for me, it's about trying to understand the concepts, because I have a philosophy. Oh, let me start the timer for break then before we start. Yeah, Tracy, thanks for the reminder. So I've started the timer. Hopefully we are able to cover what we need to cover. Yeah. So for me, I have a philosophy surrounding my studies. Anytime I'm studying something, my philosophy is that I can only say I know something if I'm able to teach it to someone who doesn't know that thing for the person to know it. So the fact that I think I understand doesn't necessarily mean that I understand until I've been able to teach it to someone else, and especially someone who didn't know it at all, and now the person knows it. So that is how I measure my understanding of the concepts that I learn. So as a learner in the ALS program, I was usually learning and teaching. That means that the moment I start learning something, my focus is on how am I going to be able to teach this same concept I'm learning to someone else. So imagine I don't know this concept, I'm learning for the first time, but my primary focus is on how I'm going to be able to teach this to others. So by hook or crook, I have to understand it. Like that's the mindset that I used to tackle my studies. I need to understand it and break it down to an extent where someone else who doesn't understand would get it. And I know that it is a very fast paced program. Therefore, when people ask about how you study, they're actually looking for maybe tricks on how to not spend a lot of time, but then get the tasks done, finish the project on time, all of those things. Unfortunately, I don't have any tricks to that. I just had to spend a lot more time, especially in the first few months of the program. I was spending like lots of time. Fortunately for me, I had a flexible schedule. Like for instance, now I'm working from home, right? So I'm able to say, okay, I want to be learning in the morning and work in the afternoon. Like it was a similar thing. I was doing my own stuff at the time. So I was running my own agency. So I had that flexibility of time to choose to learn in the morning and work in the evening, or work in the morning and learn in the evening. But then it didn't take away from the fact that I needed to put in more time. So there's no shortcut to it. It's just a matter of putting in more time. What you need to realize is that what you are learning in 1 year is close to what others are doing in 4 years or 3 years. Okay, so you'd rather, like, if you are going to a normal school, it is 40 hours per week. And imagine how we struggle when we go to school, 40 hours per week. And even those ones, sometimes there are times that we don't go to class, or we go to class, a lecturer doesn't come, all of those things. But all of these things are not present in the ALS program. And besides, you are not just expected to put in 40 hours, but this time around, times two of that. So that tells you that even the energy you put into your first, I mean, a year in school, you have to put in double of that energy. And already people are complaining about our normal school hours, right? So if you ask them to put in double, then it becomes a lot of work. But I feel that with the right set of determination and dedication, you should be able to go through it. So personally, nothing extraordinary. I was just putting in more time. Like I can say that for each day, like I was spending close to 16 hours learning, not just like what ALS has given us as, say, the resources, the projects, but then trying to learn and understand things. So I'm reading books, I'm watching videos, I'm doing those things. And yeah, like close to 16 hours per day on those things. And fortunately for me, my work, as I said, was quite flexible. I was the one doing it, creating content and design, graphic design. Some of these things I can do them on the fly, and I also got others involved so that it decreased the demand on me. So that's how I was able to survive anyway. Uh, yeah, that's what I can say. Uh, Patrick said, I got very hooked in traversing binary trees. I never saw the YouTube notification. Interesting. I guess it's going well for you. So just as I said yesterday, when you start learning something and it's going well, you get so engrossed that you don't even want to give up. Like you keep going and going and going. But the moment you start something and it's not going well, the next thing you are looking for an escape route. So I'm glad that you're engrossed in traversing binary trees. Maybe you should come and teach some of us as well. Tracy says someone once told me I should learn to teach and learn some more. I guess that's how it should stick better. Yeah, I mean I totally agree. If if you are teaching, like, you can't teach what you don't, like, just as they say popularly, you can't give what you don't have, right? So when you are teaching, it's a matter of giving the learner what you already know. So if you don't know or you don't have, you can't give. And therefore it forces you to put in a lot of, like, invest a lot of time to really understand the things before you go and teach. Okay. And for me, I just love teaching, and I've built my whole life around teaching. So now it's normal for me. Like I don't have to tell myself that you need to learn this thing to go and teach. I am that kind of person that every single thing I'm learning, like the mindset is I'm going to teach you this thing. Like right now I'm learning new set of things. I've mentioned it on the stream a couple of times. I'm learning machine learning. I'm learning data analysis and all of those things. And my goal is eventually to be able to teach these things to people, break down some of these things that seem so complex to people, right? But one trick is that anytime you're learning something, you're struggling to understand a thing, that's like a point to note that this is something probably others are struggling with. The moment I figure it out, then I'm going to teach this thing. So if there is any curve or hill, uphill to learning anything at all, that thing is a good thing to teach, right? Because you struggled, but eventually you figured it out, especially when you found an aha moment. Oh, yeah, so this is what they meant all this while. Oh no, could have gotten this earlier. So the moment you get that aha moment, then that is what you want to really go and teach. That you say, hey, this is this is what you need to understand to be able to appreciate this thing. And with that experience, you can easily pass on the knowledge to others. Yep. William says, I need a laptop. William, that's quite unfortunate. Uh I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to answer that, but yeah, it depends on where you are. I mean, I'm not like what I'm thinking is having a laptop. If you don't have like, if there are public libraries around or friends around. So let me share an insight with you concerning having some of these gadgets. If I meet people who say like, oh, I want to get into tech, but because I don't have a laptop, that's why I've not gotten into tech. On the top of my head, I'm just laughing at this person, like laughing at the person in my head. Because if you really, really, really want to get into it, like there are always ways around it. If you are chatting on YouTube, my guess is that you already have a smartphone that you are using to access YouTube. So that's a good starting point. However, let me share a personal story. A colleague of mine back in when I was in first year undergrad, and this colleague of mine saw me learning HTML like those times, trying to learn HTML, and he got interested. He wanted to also learn this thing, but then he didn't have a laptop. So unfortunately for me, to pharmacy school was very stressful and time consuming, and I needed to be learning almost all the time. So I was almost always on my laptop. I had little time to do anything outside. So what this guy did, he didn't have a laptop, but he was staying next to rooms from my room. So what he did was to study my schedule and find out the times that I'll be sleeping, because I was almost always on my laptop. And at the time, I had what I would call a desktop because the battery wasn't good, and I would only use it when there is lights and I've plugged it in to be able to use it. And that time too, that laptop was very heavy, a Sony 17-inch wide. I've forgotten the exact brand or model, but I remember it was a Sony product. Say A017 or something. I've forgotten. And this guy just studied my schedule. So those times I used to work heavily with timetables. So he knows that around this time I'll be sleeping, or around this time I'll be in class and I will not be using my laptop. Around this time. So those times that I'm not available, he will come for the laptop. And that's how he got access to a laptop to learn programming. And I bet that that guy is like, if we put us on the same scale, I mean, he has more experience when it comes to coding or programming than myself. Even though when he started off, he didn't have any laptop. At the time, he was totally new to the laptop and all of that. By the time we finished university, because he did 4 years, I did 6 years. By the time I even finished, he was way ahead of me when it comes to experience in programming. So that's one thing that I can point out to you. Like, instead of dwelling on the fact that I don't have, start looking for how can I get access to one. Okay. So if buying is not an option for you, that means you don't have money to buy right now, then is it possible to leverage the other people who are around you? Talk to people who have and see, like, when they are less busy or they are not using it. Because if you have a laptop, you can't be using it 24/7. That's impossible. There is definitely a time you are going to be sleeping, and there are times that you are not going to be using it. So talk to people around you who have it, especially if you are in school. I think it's the easiest when you are in school. I remember back in school, the library had computers that we could use. I, for one, was almost always in the IT lab just so I could get access to a computer. And you could leverage that over here. For instance, the last time I walked into the library, there's a lot of computers that you can have access to. So I don't think I can be of much help, but then I felt sharing that with you so that if it is an option you can consider, then you look into using it or leveraging that to learn whatever you want to learn. Maulila says, personally, I still struggle with this, still trying to find out what works for me, but constantly doing the project over and over again seems to work. Spending more time on doing examples. Yeah, I mean, it's about you. So once you figure out what works best for you, that is pretty cool. And the thing is that a lot of people complain that this doesn't work. I mean, it's not working for me, but then they are not open to trying new things. So there's that thing that you have been doing all this while. If it is not working for you, why are you still doing it? I think the easiest thing to do is to tell yourself that this is not working. Like, really, I can see that I can probably do better. Like, I've seen people doing better. So maybe it is my method or the approach with which I'm doing this. That is why I'm not getting the kind of results I'm supposed to be getting. So now let me figure out another way. Try a different route. Like, instead of doing this, I'll do that, do this, do that. And one thing that I keep saying, especially for ALS, is that the goal there is not for you to be able to solve tasks. Like, a lot of us are fixated on the task. Like, let me finish this task. I want to finish this task. The goal is for you to know the concept so that you'll be able to apply those concepts. And how do we know that you've understood those concepts? Now come and solve the task. So there are people who will just jump, like, they don't say it's a new concept. Binary trees. They've never heard binary trees anywhere. This is their first time seeing binary trees. But the first thing they do is to go to tax 1 and go and check what is tax 1 and start looking for solutions to tax 1. And that's really a bad approach, because your end goal there is just to finish the tax. But you are introducing me to a new concept, binary trees. The first thing I want is, what is binary trees? Like, what exactly do I need to know about binary trees? For each ALX project, you realize that there is a general objective for the project. So at least, if for nothing at all, those are the things that they expect you to know. So make sure you are focused on those ones. These are the general objectives. If I don't know anything at all, I need to understand these things. Then when I've done that, I can come and do the exercise just to show that I've learned these things. At least take a cue from how our normal educational system is. You go to class, the lecturer comes to introduce you to the concept. They teach you to understand the concept. Then they give you the assignment or project or exams or test or quiz, however you call it. You are given that to test your knowledge. Okay, so don't just go to class and start from the quiz or the, I mean, what is it called, the project or assignment. You should always start with, what are the general objectives for today's lecture? Then now we are empowering you to learn by yourself, right? Like, the model is a self-led program and peer-based, right? So you have seen the objectives for today's lecture. They have provided you some resources, and you have access to 1,000 other resources on the internet. All you need to do is learn these things. Make sure you have achieved these models, these objectives. So if possible, just take records, or like, pay attention to the objectives and say, okay, I've been able to achieve this objective. Now I understand what binary trees are. Now I know what it means to traverse a binary tree. Now I know this. I know, okay, it's left with this part. Let me. Now, after you've gone through these things and you understand them, you can now begin to approach the tasks one after the other. So you take each task and you try solving it. if in the process of trying to solve the task, something you figure out that you don't understand something or you need more understanding about something, you are perfectly okay to go look at various resources just to get further understanding in order to be able to solve the task. But don't come solving the task when you have not even considered the information that you were provided, especially anything relating to the objectives, and you've not achieved those learning objectives. Because you should only try solving the task after you have achieved those learning objectives. I hope that makes sense. And Marilla says using different types of resources, eventually one will stick. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think the first thing is for you to be able to identify the type of resources that works best for you. So those of you who are audio visual learners, like you learn best when you watch videos, or you learn best when you listen to someone talk about it. And some people are illustrative learners, like you learn best when you see people illustrating the things for you. Others too, it is when you read, like you want to be able to read. Others too, they have to even write, so you need to understand yourself and see the best type of resource for me in such a circumstance is for me to watch a video, or for me to read a book, or for me to just find the documentation and consume the whole documentation, or for me to find a blog post that has been written by a newbie who has also struggled with this concept and is now trying to break it down for us. Once you understand those things, peculiarities for you, then you can start looking into how do I get this resource. Then you always look for those specific resources in order to be able to delve into them and leverage them. So, I, for one, if I don't have enough time to learn a concept, I'll use a video. If I don't, but that's personally. I've studied myself and I know that this is what works for me. If I want to learn a concept fast and I don't have the time, I'll just go with a video, because if I'm reading, it's going to take me a lot more time than if I'm watching a video. And if I'm reading too, I need to pay attention to all the nitty gritties, try explaining it myself and see if it makes sense to me. Otherwise, I'll just go quickly watch a video, get a general idea of it, and see, oh, with this knowledge that I have from this video, is this something I can implement? And trust me, when you are learning from videos too, I think one mistake that a lot of you make is you don't necessarily have to watch the video at times 1 speed, that's normal speed. It depends on what the person is doing, and you don't have to watch a video from time 0 to time end of video. It should be things that you are looking for, right? You're trying to optimize what you are learning. So for me, especially if I just want a general overview, I can, depending on how fast or not the person is talking. For instance, my live sessions that I hosted, I took my time to explain concepts. So mostly they are 2 hours long, averagely 2 hours long. And I can't imagine sitting down for the next 2 hours to watch this thing over again myself. So what will I do? Put it to 1 times 5, like speed, or times 2. Mostly I do, depending on who I am watching or how fast they talk, I do like times 1.2 or 1.5, and just be able to go through it. If there is any point they make and I don't understand, then I can slow that down, take my time to go through that and move on. If they are explaining a concept that I think I fully understand and I don't need to waste the time on that one, skip it and go for it. All right, so you find out what works best for you, but this is what works for me, and that's what I can talk about. Steven, hi Steven, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Ooh. Is it supposed to be a question, Steven? Say when you are done, say I don't know. Oh, okay. There is another question. All right. Fatima, welcome. Says thank you so much for this. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm happy to be doing it. Steven says, please, what do you advise about putting oneself out there for getting a job or something after the program? Do you advise we branch out slightly, DSA, or stick with current curriculum? I mean, putting yourself out there. If you listen to me very well, I'm sure that like I'm an embodiment of it. So you should know, even without asking me, that my answer is going to be yes. Put yourself out there, because what I've realized, at least in this past 1 year, is that people easily perceive you as an expert in something for as long as they keep seeing you like talk about that thing, right? So I don't consider myself as an expert in anything. Like I'm an absolute newbie in a lot of things, and I'm a learner. Like that's the only portion that I come from. Like I take my perspective about things. Like even the things that you see me teach, I teach them as a learner. It's not because I am like some expert in those things. That's why I'm able to teach them. I teach them because I'm a learner who is actively learning these things, and I am trying to understand them. That's why I'm teaching them. Okay. So personally, I am an advocate for learning in public. Let the whole world know what you are learning, because then tomorrow, if they are looking for somebody who knows this, you are one of the people they know who knows this. If you hide and learn, there's no way people will know that you know this. Okay, so you may be like, oh yeah, I don't want people to know that I'm doing this or that or that. But remember, these same people are the people who are going to be either employing or recommending, like who knows. So I think that is a big thing to do, like, and it doesn't hurt to do that. Like right now, I've decided to be live talking about software engineering related things, not software engineering per se, but all of those things, right? So people who begin to see me will say, oh, this guy, we know him from YouTube. He's been talking about this thing. Yeah, I think he can do the job. Like you get the gist. So a lot of the things that whatever you are doing, you should be able to put it out there. Like I've already mentioned, I'm doing a master's in this, and I am a pharmacist, I'm a software engineer, I'm doing a master's in health informatics. Like I intentionally keep mentioning these things because if tomorrow I'm looking for a job, the people who are going to be employing me are all over the place. By now, somebody has already spotted me and say, "Oh yeah, this guy, I think I like his work ethic. This guy, I think I like what he's doing." The next time he's looking for a job, you are likely to hire him. Or another person somewhere is being asked that, "Oh, can you recommend?" Remember, most of the jobs that come out there do not show up in public. They are just recommendations by word of mouth. So what happens is that if somebody is looking for, say, a software engineer to work in a health tech company or something, and they are just asking around, somebody will say, yeah, I know this guy who does this on Twitter. I know this guy who does this on YouTube. Can we reach out to him? I think he will be competent enough for this role. Okay, so yes, I'm a huge advocate. Please put yourself out there. It doesn't have to be a big deal. I mean, just say, "Hi guys, I'm learning this thing." I think if you go back to my Twitter timeline, you find out that that's exactly how I started on the 8th of March. I think 9th rather, 9th of March 2022. 9th of May 2022. I just tweeted that I am about to start the ALS software engineering program, and I looked forward to sharing my journey with you out here. The following day, I was like, oh, today we learned about grades, this. Oh, tomorrow I'm learning about this. Oh, I'm hosting a session. Like, just those things. And those of you who follow me on Twitter, you realize that for these sessions that I'm hosting on daily basis, I keep tweeting about it. Like every single day. It doesn't cost much for me to just go to Twitter and say, we are having a session, then send screenshot of what we are doing here to the public. And this is just me learning in public and showing you how I'm doing it, so that any of you here right now, if anybody asks you for a recommendation, hey, we are looking for a software engineer who can do this, I'm pretty sure that if you know that I'm available and I'm looking for a job, one of the first things you do is, yes, I know somebody, we can recommend Obed. And it's as simple as that. But if you don't tell the world, like, hey, nobody knows about you, nobody cares about you, right? So be in their faces, straight to them. I mean, in a good way, right? So that's what I can say. With regards to branching out slightly or sticking with the current curriculum, I am of the view that you should learn whatever you need to be able to survive in this world. Like, yeah. So I mentioned today, I think my first tweet today was about, like, it was something I was thinking about when I woke up. I even wrote it down here. So it's not everything that can be taught to you. There are some things that you would have to endeavor to learn by yourself. And it's as simple as that. Like, that was something that when I woke up this morning, that's what I was thinking about. So ideally, if I was supposed to be doing my morning writing, which I've stopped for some time, that would be like an article that I'll write. But what I'm saying here is that irrespective of the curriculum you are going through, the school or the program you are taking, it's not everything that will be taught to you. So there are things that you may have to learn on your own. If you don't have enough time, focus on the one that you are being taught and make sure that you really understand that. Okay, so some of you spread yourself too thin, like you're trying to cover a lot of things at the same time, and eventually you end up not covering anything, and that's a big deal. But if you have enough time on your hand, hey, go for anything that you want. If it is DSA you want to learn it. If it is whatever you want to learn it. You don't need to restrict yourself to the content that you are being taught. I once advised some people when I was practicing as a pharmacist, don't let your title pigeonhole you into what you can do and what you cannot do. You're a human being. You should be able to do things for as long as you learn how to do them. Like, oh, in this hospital, I'm a pharmacist, so all I do is just pharmacy stuff. Somebody will call and ask me, so pharmacist, do you use stethoscopes? Like, I like, is this supposed to be a question? Like, at the end of the day, you the individual, you choose to learn how to use it or not. Don't let your title restrict you. Like, because you're a pharmacist and say on the ward you're not necessarily using a stethoscope does not mean that you shouldn't know how to use it. Because in the case of an emergency, how will you be relevant to people? So that's the same point I'm making here today, that don't let the school you are going to, the course you are reading, don't let it restrict you. One uh, peculiar person I learned some of these things from is Elon Musk. That Elon Musk, the fact that he did physics didn't restrict him. Like, I watched some of his interviews where he talks about reading biology books and reading geography books, reading books that has nothing to do with his field of study. And the advantage he gets is that he may be solving an engineering problem, but then he brings knowledge from what he read in that biology book to solve that engineering problem. And that's what a lot of people are not doing. A lot of people, if they are engineers, they are focused on just the engineering part. So as a software engineer, you are only focused on the programming stuff that you are learning. And therefore, when you find a problem, the only perspective you have is the programmer's perspective. So I would rather step back, look at it from all various angles. Like, personally, if you ask me to talk about things here on this channel, there are a lot of things I can talk about. Like, I started this channel to document my journey, but then I was a pharmacist. No, I was a pharmacy student at the time. Okay, so I can talk about health like heavily. I mean, I can talk about health heavily. I can talk about business, because if you check, I have another channel which I haven't published on for a while now, Digital School Academy. I started that channel with entrepreneurship in mind, and I was running my startup at the time, which was focused on student entrepreneurs. So you see me creating business related content, how to create your own business in school, and all of those things, mistakes and things that you make. So I can talk largely on business. I can talk about finances, like personal finances. I can talk about personal development, like a host of things that I can talk about, because I have broadened my knowledge, and it keeps me knowledgeable, I guess. Like that's what people will see when you start talking about things. People see that, oh yeah, this guy really knows a lot. And I know a lot only because I have opened up my mind to these things, and I'm not restricting myself to whatever a curriculum is saying or not. I mean, for even the school curriculum, sometimes I disagree with some of them. Like I look for the things that interest me, and I took a cue from Steve Jobs. So, for those of you who do not know, Steve Jobs is the founder of Apple, right? Founder and CEO of Apple. But i- I mean, you can find time to read about him. You realize that when he dropped out of school, but he didn't leave school. When he dropped out, he was still on campus, and he was choosing which programs, courses to attend, so that he wasn't forced to learn what he didn't want to learn. Now he had the choice, like he was able to choose that, okay, today I'm going for this class because I'm interested in this class, I want to learn. And even though it becomes a bit tricky, especially if you don't know what your future is going to be like, people who already know have designed a curriculum, so it's good to stick with the curriculum. But if you figure out that this is really what I want to do, and the curriculum is not working for you, hey, you are as much welcome. I mean, you can easily pick up anything. So please don't restrict yourself to a curriculum. It's there to guide you based on other people's experience, but then be as flexible as possible to learn anything that you want, whether DSA or whatever, for as long as it's going to help you in your search. And I already answered the question about job search, I think, in a previous stream. And my take on it is that look for the industry or the field or type of companies you want to work in, and pay attention to the skill sets they are looking for, and start building those skill sets. Like prepare yourself for the job, so that when you go to look for that job, you are qualified for it. Personally, I mentioned, like, I'm interested in health tech and ed tech. So education, teaching, like these are things that I've been doing all this while, and my knowledge in software engineering too has augmented that. So it's easy for me to now apply for roles, excuse me, in those field. And thank thanks be to God, I'm currently working in the ed field, ed tech or edutech field. Okay, so just prepare yourself for the job. I think that's the best advice I can give you. uh yep. Ritimi says great advice. Did the timer, what's happening? Oh, I thought as much, because I don't know why the timer didn't go. Now I know it's time up, and we didn't. I didn't hear the. Was it because I was talking that I didn't hear, or what? I don't know. Steven says you are my inspiration, my chief. I'm happy to hear that. Learn what you need to survive in this world. Yeah, totally. I mean, this when you guys post these quotes, it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, like I like that. Learn what you need to survive in this world. Very important. I mean, you see how when you read about cavemen stories, like how humans have developed over time, it's always about survival. It has always been about survival. What skill set? Because we say what oh, how do they say that thing? Survival of the fittest. Like when we are trying to fight, like in the cave or in the bushes, it was animals against humans. You needed to learn how to fight to survive. So every single time, it is those who have learned those things that will survive. If you haven't mastered it, hey, so whatever it takes you to survive, man, go for it. Like right now, I could say that, oh, I'm a pharmacist. I can go and practice as a pharmacist. I could say that, oh, now I'm a software engineer. I can go and practice as a software engineer. But then I see, okay, I want to do my master's in health informatics. I'm interested in this field. And even in doing my master's, I'm like, okay, I want to learn machine learning. So I started learning it. I don't need somebody to come and tell me that these are the things that you need to learn. Like, personally, these are the things I'm interested in. I'm excited about them. I want to learn them. And in the process, too, these are things that are going to equip me for the kind of future that I'm envisaging. So I need to. I don't have to wait for somebody to come and tell me this. And I kept saying these things since last year when I got introduced to the ALS model. That now I feel that I don't even need school to be able to learn the kind of skills I want to learn. I it's a wrong thought. I mean, school will give me certain advantages. Like right now, the network I'm creating with my course mates, right, and all of those other things, you get exposure and all. So that is really perfect. I'm not saying school is bad. School is really good, but then I don't necessarily need school to get some of the knowledge that I need to survive in life, right? And once again, it's not everything that will be taught to you. Some of the things you have to learn them by yourself. Oh, I wasn't keeping an eye on the time, but I didn't realize. So yeah, Marila, the time is over. We have to go back. I am sure it's the time now. In the next 60 minutes, okay, my meeting I think is may run into my meeting, but let's see. As an engineer and entrepreneur, I've learned knowledge is good. Yeah, the more you learn, the better. I totally agree. I think you should take these short break snippets and share them on the channel as uploads as a quicker way to get answers to these questions. Yeah, I agree with you. Um, I think it's something that I have to do, but then getting the time to now download and fish them and cut it's is the problem right now, but I'll figure it out. I think I'll probably get somebody to be doing that. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'll just try and get somebody to be doing that for me if they can trim these discussions, because some are quite insightful. And the funny thing is that I like to learn from myself as well. Okay, because I keep growing. Like once you are learning, you are growing, right? So I like to listen, reflect on some of the things I've said. I'm not 100% accurate all the time or correct. I mean, there are some of the thoughts that I have today that tomorrow I wake up and I say, hey, I think I disagree with this thing that I said. So yeah, I like to have records of these things and pay attention to them after some time. So thanks for the suggestion. Hopefully, I'll be able to get somebody to do that for us. Steven, you're welcome. Patrick says, get ready to work. Looking for a job is already work. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I've mentioned that it's a full-time work. Looking for a job. So, am I hiring? Oh, no, I'm not hiring. I I actually had someone, like I think when I was in Ghana, I trained someone. So this is my philosophy. Mostly people that I'm going to work with, I usually want to get the thing done myself, get to know how it is done, so that when I bring you on the team, I know what to expect, what can be done and what cannot be done. Okay. So I like training people, then I mean working with them. So I trained someone who I was working with as the my video editor, right? And currently, at least one of my colleagues here has been assisting me in creating videos and blog posts and all of that. So unfortunately, I'm not hiring. I don't know. I don't have a budget right now, but at least it's good to always have people around who can assist, because it's very unlikely for you to be able to do everything. Imagine, like, I'm live all these times. What time will I get to sit down to download the videos and go through them, cut, like edit the videos, republish them, write YouTube description, like all of those things, SEO, then share. Like it's a whole lot of work. And I need to be doing all my other things. I need to create content, like write articles. I need to learn new things. I'm still a student. I need to do my assignments, exams, like all of those things. So yeah, it's always good to have people in your cycle or circle that can assist in most of the things. And I'm happy to teach anything for anybody. I mean, at the end of the day, it's I think knowledge separates a lot of people. Like, and I don't want to delve into start talking about riches and wealth and poverty and things. I don't think I'm an expert or competent enough to be discussing those topics right now. I mean, I'm learning as much as I can, but I feel that a lot of the things that what separates people with respect to worlds is usually the lack of knowledge and experience. Two things, like knowledge and experience. So the difference where you are right now, you are probably there because of lack of knowledge or experience. Like I keep saying that the only difference between a junior software engineer and an experienced or a senior software engineer is knowledge and experience. And sometimes we say, oh, time will bring the knowledge and experience. But if you are not actively seeking the knowledge and experience, time will not bring it. You would be a junior software engineer for 10 years and you wouldn't reach the level of another senior software engineer because you haven't acquired the requisite knowledge and experience to be deemed as a senior software engineer. You are still thinking as a junior, even though you've spent several years in there. So we shouldn't just count years as experience. Like, I've been doing this thing for 10 good years. So when people say that thing, I'm laughing. Like, do you know how long I've been doing this thing? Yeah, I agree. You've been doing this thing for 10 good years. But if you've been doing it the wrong way for 10 good years, that's not the kind of experience I want to emulate, right? So, yeah, let's strive to get the right experience, strive to get the right what is it called, knowledge, so that at least you keep growing. Like you should be measuring yourself against yourself every time. Like right now, even this week, the kind of conversation I'm having on this channel, I'm like, okay, maybe it's paying off. Like I'm thinking and I want to be able to think and solve problems. So when you throw questions to me like this, at least it forces me to think, and I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying this and I think I'm growing and I want to be doing more of it. All right. And now it's time we need to get back to work. We need to get back to work. So let's get back and do the next 60 minutes. Let me just confirm on my schedule. Okay. Sorry. Ooh. So the time is, so in the next 60 minutes I'll be starting a meeting in 60 minutes. So I may not be available for the next break because of the meeting. And that meeting is likely to be a long meeting, like an hour long meeting. So if I happen not to be available during, but they even blocked 2 hours for the meeting. That's interesting. Yeah. So I'm not sure how soon I'll be back, but I'll try and get back as soon as, maybe in the next break I'll talk to you guys for a short while before joining the meeting. But all the best and let's get work steady. Well, if you have any questions, just drop the questions in the chat and I'll respond to them as soon as I am available. Thank you and catch you in the next break. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. So it's break time, and ooh, how is it going, everyone? It's break time, but I need to jump into a meeting. However, I'm going to do my best to use a different device to join the meeting, so we can still have our chat for the break, at least for 15 minutes. Can have our chats. Where is everyone? The AICU. Hi, AICU. Samuels. Oh, okay. Welcome, Samuels. I guess today you were a bit late, but happy to have you join us. Uh, Sammy. Hi, Sammy. You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, as for meeting in person, it's highly likely. Anyway, because very soon one of the things I look forward to do is being able to travel around some of the African countries, especially 5 African countries that I want to travel around. Ghana is, I mean, my primary country, and I've been in for as long as possible. So from Ghana, Kenya, um, Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria. Yeah, so Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria. Those are the 5 African countries that I really want to. I mean, hey, I can't say I want to go to like Ghana is where I come from, so yes, that's Ghana. Then the 4 other countries that I'm really looking forward to traveling to meet folks there, because at least I've made quite a number of friends around, is Nigeria, Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa. Yeah, yeah, Rwanda is included. It's one of the places I really want to visit. Anyway, by the way, I'm joining the meeting, so in case, yeah, please hold on. I'm coming. Hi, yeah, sorry everyone. As I mentioned, I'm still in another meeting, so I I mean, I just want to be here. Just want to be here for the next 10 minutes and join the meeting fully. It's going to be a long meeting, but at least just to be able to interact with you. So, yeah, Samuel, happy to have you here too. The uh, Rwanda, Rwanda is included. Yeah, I mentioned that Rwanda is included. Then Samantha says Nigeria is a must too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I have as I keep saying, I have a lot of friends from Nigeria, a lot of people. So yeah. Mm, that some wow, in Rwanda, let's make sure we meet. Okay. I mean, yeah. Like Rwanda is one of my favorite countries. Like at least if for nothing at all, ALS related stuff makes Rwanda interesting to be in, and hearing about all the ooh, all the wonderful things that are happening there. So yeah, I really want to get to Rwanda one of these days. Then Patrick says that calling it off for the day. Keep going, everyone, but remember to the yes. Oh, okay. Peace out, Patrick. Happy to have you join us today. And anyway, tomorrow is another day. We'll be here, so we'll meet tomorrow. Yeah. Any other questions for me? Any interesting discussion that we can have? Just drop it in the chat. Let's have the conversation. Otherwise, I would have to just jump into the meeting if there are no concerns. Yeah. Oh, really? ALS was. So, reading meaning into the statement means that you are no longer in ALS. Is that the case? Hmm. Yeah. So the JS and web dev project, I'm really thinking about it, and it's not something I can pull it off right now. Okay, but certainly something we'll look into. Uh, I want school to start from next week. Then I'll know how flexible my schedule is. Like we are on break right now, so I have like all week without assignment, without group discussions and all. But when we start, when we start school, then I'll know how flexible my schedule is and would think through those ones. So hopefully, school starts next week. So hopefully, maybe you'd want to remind me again after say next 2 weeks here, like mid of after mid of September, I guess. Then we can start looking at that. And I think next week, learners in the intro to ALS intro to software engineering will be starting JavaScript. And probably I may use that opportunity to see if I can do some sessions on it. But anyway, just please keep reminding me. I like it's really something I consider doing, especially the projects. Like we think through the project, come up with the idea, plan it out like from beginning to execution, and see, okay, this is how we've done it. And I don't mind us doing it live. Like, we come live and we try doing building. It's sometimes it's difficult to follow those live sessions, okay, especially if the person is not explaining what they are doing. But if I'm trying to do it live, then what I'll do is try my best to explain exactly what I'm doing. Otherwise, the other way is for me to try building the project, then record a video where I explain how that is done. Yep. Okay, Samyata says, till I met your channel. Oh, okay. I'm happy to hear that anyway. I hope it's going well now. Agroelectronics says, being a non-hybrid learner of ALSSC, is it possible to do direct posting from NYCS to any of the hubs? Using NYSC means, like, I mean, to me, my knowledge of it means you are in Nigeria, and therefore I really don't know. Like, yeah, I have no idea whether you can be posted there or not. You can, however, I mean, you could send an email to support, uh, or find people who have access to the hub and get the contact of the hub managers, any of them, and send them an email. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. Do you have any resources that talk about teaching for the purpose of learning, specifically the Feynman techniques? Uh, I don't really have any resources like that. I don't have any sort of resources like that. But I'm sure a lot of people have written about Feynman's technique in different ways that if you check online, you'll find. For me, I think what I was looking more into was just the concept of learning in public, learning in public. Yeah, like I, was, I think that was one of the things I was trying to look at. Mm, learning in public, but I don't have any resource that I can recommend. We can, however, discuss them extensively since we are practitioners. So, if you have any concerns on those ones, we can discuss that. Uh, I'm still in ALS and will be there till the end. Like, at this point, when I read this thing, the religious uh, part of me would say amen, but then you have to put in the effort to go through it. It is totally possible, and therefore you should just keep going. Oh, you just finished month zero today. I see. Confess, I've been doing. Oh, don't do that again. But you taught me through it, and I'm literally starting afresh to grasp. Yeah. So at the end of the day, your goal isn't necessarily so. Okay, let me talk about this. The time is almost over, but let me talk about this. So at the end of the day, your goal should not be finishing ALSAC. Like, that's a wrong goal. If your goal is finishing ALSAC, like, mostly you are trying to do everything to finish. Your goal should be learning, understanding, and being able to use the knowledge that you gain from the program. Like, that should be your goal. Let me say it again. It's very important to me. Let me take this timer off and turn to you and say this. When you start any school, anything, like endeavor that you are through which you are coming to become a software engineer, your goal shouldn't be, oh, I want to get to the finish line, so that irrespective of what, like, I just should get to the finish line. The goal should be, by the time I am done, I want to be having the requisite skill sets, like all the skills, the knowledge, the experience that I need to be able to be relevant in whichever aspect I want to get into. So if your end goal is, wow, I have to be finished right now. Yeah, so unless if you have anyway, yeah, sorry about that, because the meeting I'm on, they've asked us to unmute and make sure our mic is on. So I have to be going off for the break. But there's something that I really want to talk about, and maybe in the next break I'm going to be talking about. Okay, because my name has been mentioned right now. I need to go. Catch you all during the next break. All the best as you study. Interesting. No. Hi. That is really serious. I just realized that the background music wasn't on all this while. Ooh. Hi. Can you hear me? Abel Tesla. Hello. So, oh, Maria. It's interesting. I'm just realizing that all this while my microphone was on, but I'm because I'm on a different meeting, so I wasn't paying attention to the stream. Yeah. How is it going? I was discussing something earlier. Uh, is intro still to SE still open? The intro to SE, the intro to SE is not open. It's open as in it's available for people to apply to, but currently it comes at a cost. So you'd have to pay for the administration fee to get into it. So yeah, it's available for learners to apply to. Yeah. Mm. Then someone says every time I tried to apply, they told me that unfortunately I don't meet the requirements, and I really do. Oh, you mean the SE? So I guess that's what Samuel is referring to with this question. The intro to SE program requirements. I think there was an initial problem with the site, the application process. So you may have to try again because I saw a couple of people tweet about being told they do not qualify. Yeah, but just yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Let me grab something. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. Uh, uh, every time yeah. So try again. Some of us try again. Just if if you try and you're still having an issue, let me know. I'll follow up for you. But I think initially it was a problem with the site that was used. Then oh, you had Maria says had a very long meeting. Oh, I see. Ah, man, it's not easy. Interesting. Can you tell us more about the new 3 year curriculum or is classified? I'm guessing you're talking about the ALS soon to come software engineering degree, like university degree program. And frankly, I don't have much information about it. Uh, we are we are still trying to get, I mean, information from above. So I feel that as and when it's available, they'll let us know. But for now, we don't have much information about it, so can't really say much about it. Like I really don't know much about it. It's only the information that we know that this is likely to be the future where people can get university degrees through the program, but literally have no other information about it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't start the timer. Oh man. I need to start automating this timer. Ooh. But you're already in school, so why are you interested in that one? I remember the last time you mentioned you're in second year. So if for anything, I'm expecting that you'll be graduating in 2 years and you're already doing the SC program. So why are you interested in the 3 year degree? I'm just curious. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, so oh, the soft skills. Mm. Yeah, I mean, um, but wait. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So the thing about soft skills, yes, is good. It's good when it's taught anyway. Like when you are taught about it, it's really cool. But then I believe that soft skills are mostly to be developed. It's good when you have an idea because some people don't have an idea at all that hey, there is this skill that I need to have and this is how to go about it. This is but if you are aware that these are the sort of skill sets that you require, like the soft skills that you require, then you should take measures to master those skills, right? So yeah. Personally I like the practice. So I say I learn how to do things by doing them. So if you're talking about say communication skills, you want to become better at communication skills, I think the best thing you can do is start practicing that, right? You can read as much as possible, you can watch all those videos, but if you don't practice, you don't get it. So that's one thing that's I can push for. I mean, for soft skills, once you identify, like I can give you an example. When I I was literally very bad talking to the camera. In fact, I think that was the first time I tried speaking to the camera. That was in, if I remember correctly, I was probably in fourth year or yeah, I was in fourth year or fifth year. I think I was no, I was going to fifth year. So around that time, and the what motivated me was this. We were running a show called the student student entrepreneur. Oh no, how did we call it? The startup journey? Yeah, the show was called the startup journey, and I was always coaching the person. So I'm sure if you put on YouTube the startup journey or startup journey by GA Student Wallets, like it's likely to come up. So I was always coaching the host of the show. But there are times that I wonder, like, this thing that we just told you, why can't you just do the exact thing that we just told you, right? Like putting pressure on the person. But the problem is that I personally haven't faced that before. So on one of those days that we were going to shoot, I think I was just shooting a video of her to advertise the program that we're about to release. Then she was kind of struggling a bit. So I said, all right, now you turn the camera on me, you hold the camera, and let me be the person talking on the camera. And trust me, I that was the day I came to realize that, oh, so it's not fun. It's not fun being behind a camera. It was quite difficult for me. But that's when I realized that, oh, okay, I have this limitation. I felt I'm able to communicate, but then being able to stand in front of the camera and talk to the camera like that isn't an easy thing. So I wanted to improve on that. So what did I do? I started recording myself, talking to my screen. Like I have videos that I've recorded. Even on my YouTube channel, there are a lot of videos that are unlisted. Okay, and I don't share them publicly. But then there are videos that forced me to learn. I think the very first video that I did where I was now I'm feeling okay, I'm getting better. It's the first video on my YouTube channel. It's very bad, and I've decided not to take it off because it still reminds me of exactly where I started and how I'm getting better, and it just motivates me to keep going because it makes me feel that the more I practice, the better I become. So instead of just going to read about communication and public speaking and all of those things, I just go for it. Like I pick the camera, then I start talking like that. Yeah. And over time I'm getting better at it. So I'm really happy about the progress. So that's what I can say when it comes to learning soft skills. Like, hey, I want to learn how to build a business. Go ahead and build a business. That's all I told myself, and I pushed for those things. Right. The AI specialization. So with the AI specialization, I think for now we are trying to release. Hopefully by end of the year, there may be a new program that ALS will release for AI. So those of you who are interested in AI can go for it. So yeah, that's something that we are discussing. Like we are really discussing that and want to implement something. Soft skills. Sleeping on soft skills. I don't know why they call them soft, because they are hard. They're extremely important. I mean, they are soft because they are like subtle. Like there are things that are not we like if you don't take care, it wouldn't even occur to you that this is a skill that you need to learn, right? So yeah, they're I think they're not very hard, except that we pay little attention to them. The moment you begin to invest into those ones, yeah, like you get better at them. And for me, some of the key ones I looked at is like writing. I mean, somebody can consider writing as like a hard skill because they teach those things. People are experts in those things and all. But to me, it was okay. I need to be able to write my thoughts the way that I would want to be able to express them. So I wanted to invest time into mastering it. And how I did it was just kept writing. Okay. And in fact, right from high school, I think it was a senior colleague of mine who did like motivate me to start writing, and he said I shouldn't force myself. Like he'll give me assignments like write a debate this, and I had access to any dictionary, any book I wanted to use, and with time I started getting better. So yeah, that's one of the things that I really did to improve at writing. Then communication too. I try my best. Like right now, as I'm speaking here, I'm doing my best to get better. And there are times that I just picked my phone to record. So say somebody asks me a question on this thing, what exactly will I say? So I record put my phone up and record. In fact, the funny thing is, I recently bought this thing, this microphone, just so I can have like the chance to record on the fly. So all I need is just my phone and this microphone on me at any point in time. And I'm looking forward to recording, except that now I'm almost always in the room. So even when I leave the room, I still should be able to record. And it's not everything that I publish, yes, but hey, it's still a process. Like I'm feeling the process and growing and getting better at these things. Yeah. Anyway, Tracy said, I personally need those soft skills. I have social anxiety, so things like speaking in public and networking. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's essential. Like right now, I'm just thinking, how can I help? How can I help? How can I help? Maybe I'll put you on the spot on one of these sessions, then you come and talk to the world. Like right now, I know literally anybody at all can be watching me, right? Like you really don't know who would be watching this stream, and sometimes when you start like this, like, oh, you're not having so much numbers, so it may not be scary, but then when you start thinking about it, and hey, anybody at all in the world can see this, therefore I have to be like the at the topmost, like I have to be really good with this thing. But then it comes with practice. So I've been doing this over time, and you realize that with time I get better. Okay, and when I watch myself after some time, so I realize the changes, like, because I always want to be better than I am. Okay, Y- I shouldn't put you on the spot. No worry. I mean, not necessarily putting you on the spot, but making you aware that, okay, because I think you have to make a conscious effort to want to become better at that. Okay, so like say today's stream, hey, Tracy will be sharing with us her experience on something. Just prepare yourself and come and talk. But then when you put yourself in those instances, see, yes, you have social anxiety, but what's the worst that can happen to you if you show up and talk? Like, I don't think you will die. And at least they say what does not kill you makes you stronger. So yeah, you just get into the act and you get better. What a lot of people do not know is that like an introvert, an extreme introvert, right? And it's very difficult for me to approach people, or let me say it was very difficult for me to approach people, talk to people. Like I'm not the type that will go for social gatherings and all of that. Huge introvert. But then when I consciously decided to grow my presence and also multiply my impact by making sure that I have access to people, because when you have all of these skill sets, you have this knowledge, you have all of this value that you can add to people. If there is no one, like, see, some of you are here, we are having this discussion, you're enjoying them, and you feel that you're gaining benefit from, assuming I came for this session and nobody just joined at all. Like, imagine that no one is there. Like, what is it use? So when I realized that I needed to associate with people, talk to people, I just said, okay, this is what I am not right now, but this is what I want to be. So it's like this. I'm here, I want to be here. It's not an easy thing. So let's keep pushing. Yeah. Uh anyway. So okay. And if you find out the necessity of these skills when you land an internship or a job, most of the time it's meetings after meetings, not much code. Mostly it's just communicating. Yeah, I mean, very important. More very important. Like right now, even in my workplace, like you have to be talking to people all the time. And even for me as an individual, I have to be speaking with the learners, getting I want to optimize learners' experience, so therefore I should always be communicating with them and all. So these are really good. And you, even if you are like the best, if you are like the best person, say you are the best software engineer, right? And you can't express yourself, you can't explain your thought process, you can't explain the thought process to others. Like no one would even want to come to you. Like you are the best person, but I want to come and ask you questions, and no, like people won't really pay attention to you. So you need to really understand how to go about these things. Like those soft skills, especially communication, is huge. So if anything at all, I think communication is one of the things that we should all try to do. So um I've improved through practice. Yeah, you can improve through practice. Rating says for social anxiety. You won't die, but you you definitely start. Then you will never replay the stream. Yeah, so I mean, you get started from somewhere. Like, the fact that you are aware that you are not the best, I mean, like, why will you kill yourself about it? Like, I know, like, this is me, I have this problem, but I want to be here. Okay, so let me share something with you. There is one of the people that I used to watch a lot is Gary Vaynerchuk. He talks about entrepreneurship, content creation, like mostly those things. So for me, I was like, I like the way this guy delivers on stage, because he mostly goes on stage or gets up and starts talking without necessarily preparing like a speech or a guide for the speech, and he's able to deliver well. So that's exactly what I thought I was going to do. Like, I want to train myself to the extent where I should be able to just, if you call me, even in my sleep, you call me to come and deliver. I mean, I should be able to deliver. Okay. So that's how I said that I was going to train myself, and that's what I've been trying. So one of the key things that now I want to do, and I showed you the microphone, is just to be able to pick my phone anytime, any day, and start talking. In fact, I've recorded 2 videos that I'm going to be publishing soon. In fact, I was supposed to publish one on Monday. Unfortunately, I've not been able to publish it. But the thing is, I just picked the phone, gave the camera to someone, and said, "Okay, I feel that I want to, I mean, get better at these things, so let's do it." And just came up with an idea what I'm going to talk about. And for more than 10 minutes I was talking, but we had to cut some of the videos off to make it 10 minutes. So that's one of the things, and I just want to be doing more of it. So if I'm not here and I am somewhere else, I just pick my phone, try recording myself, and record my thoughts and see how better I'm getting at these things or not. And yeah, so you'd have to train yourself. If you don't train yourself, no one would want to do it for you, right? Um, yeah, your brain is telling you that you die, but try it and see if you die, because that's what happens to all of us. That's what happens to all of us. Like the funny thing is that, so okay, this is what you do. The brain can I mean, be persistent when it comes to these things. So when you are getting close to the threat, you don't expose fully like one time, boom, and go and you run. The brain may never want you to go there again, but you can expose it gradually. So instead of doing, say, in front of 1,000 people, how about trying just one person for 2 minutes? The next time, try two people for 3 minutes. Like gradually, and eventually you realize that even the thing that you feared most doesn't exist. It's just your brain that was playing on you. Most times the brain is just playing on you. So you have to try and get better at it, right? Put yourself, yeah. Tracy, I'm challenging you. 50 minutes more. Yeah, I think. Okay, anyway, so the thing is, I'm being distracted right now because I'm still in the meeting and we are having a lot of other uh, discussions going on. But if there are any other comments, we can deliberate on them and maybe end in the next 15 minutes. So that's the only way. I agree. Yeah, but it's hard communicating them, but eventually you get better at it. Okay, eventually you get better. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So, any other concerns? I think there was something that we needed to discuss. Mm. Anyway, any other concerns? Or otherwise, we can call it a day for today. I'm just trying to finish up with my meeting, and after I'm done, maybe go and walk around and get some fresh air before I come. Okay, guys. So let's see. Thank you so much for joining today. Unfortunately, because of the meeting, I can't really focus much. So let's continue tomorrow, God willing. Tomorrow is Thursday. Hey, this week is really running fast. So tomorrow, hopefully, would meet again and have our discussion. Thank you so much. And so we meet tomorrow. I'd like to say bye bye. I really respect you all for spending your time with me and also making working from home not boring. At least having people to have these discussions with, it makes it nice. So yeah, thank you so much.